Good morning again, everyone. Sorry I did not hit the streaming, but we've been on since 9:32. We haven't had any trades yet. We're just looking at Beyond right now, and Amazon and AMD. And yeah, all right. So Beyond had that pullback. We are now at the pre-market low of we are now at the low of the day, 10:05. 10:05, but looking at the daily, look at the daily here. You can feel the gap. So feeling the gap here, we just already broke the trend. So not going to be touching that. Amazon here, still having a pullback there. What is Apple doing today? Apple about to test that pre-market. Let's see, went already all the way down to the pre-market low. Coin. All right, AMD here. AMD at the 5 minutes looking weak here. 133.32 is a good rejection point there. Although SPY is now having a reversal, so we can't really trust that. Since SPY is having a reversal here at the 5 minutes, I'm looking for a counter, a reversal as well, like a strong stock like Amazon. Amazon had, let's see, 145.5 as a support there. That was the body of this candlestick right here. So 145.5 was the Amazon support here. I'm thinking of doing a long in Amazon. We do have 145.5 still sitting at the bid. So that is pretty bullish right there. So let's see here. I was supposed to do a long. I was supposed to do a long, but I went short. So I just covered my position there. That was actually a small green trade. But I'm thinking of doing a long in Amazon. Still trying to adjust with my hotkeys. Did not get to use my hotkeys while we were traveling. So 145. All right, so doing a long in Amazon here. So long with average cost of 145.71. Let's see if I can add to my position here to the long. All right, so long 145.71 is the average cost. But this one, yeah, we have to be sensitive with what the SPY is doing. So 145.71, because we have to consider as well that this one is not really looking like a SPY, right? We're just trying to get the momentum from the SPY. That's why we entered this one to the long. All right, so still long here, average cost 145.71. This is our first trade right here. We haven't touched any trades at all just because of how weaky the stocks were, and we wanted to wait for an easy trade. And right now Amazon is encountering the VWAP. Looking at our daily was an inside bar. Yesterday Amazon was so strong that we just wanted to ride the momentum as well. So we are at the VWAP. Consider some consolidation there. VWAP is always a place where profit takers are in. And let's see what SPY is doing. SPY is also close to a strong resistance there. All right, 145.71. Since I don't want to turn this one into a losing trade, I am just going to move my stop loss at the break even. So even if this one wake me out, I will be out of this trade, but will not be having this one as a red trade. You have to be very careful. Market is just very choppy. We can tell just because of the big wicks. All right, so about to get stop out here. All right, so I'm out of that. Let's see if this one is, I can always go back to a trade. And that's the good thing about, you know, having a manageable position as well. Okay, re-entering the trade here. Did not get me filled with the position that I wanted. All right, so right now we entered this one 145.95. Not the best entry here, but let's see, 145.95 is my average cost here. So looking at all right, SPY is just above the moving average there. Stop loss here is the low of this candlestick, 145.63. So hands is on the trigger, 63, waiting for that print on the tape. We have 65, 64. All right. 67, did not get my, all right, so I am out of that trade. So that's just a quick in and out trade. Python, what is Python doing today? Doing nothing. Coin, setting up for, let's see if the coin is done heading lower. All right, looking back at our Amazon here again, 145.52, looking like that is starting to become a good support. 145.52. There's a 51 right here. So thinking of trying to do a long here in Amazon, but this one still has a room to go down, the support of 145.31. So 145.31, there's still lots of bids at the right here in the left column. 145.70 acting as a support there. SPY just had that V reversal, 65, 62. Still bunch of prints here, still heading lower. Looking at Python as well, Python looks like it had found that reversal right there. Not a lot of volume bar though. This one, Amazon is still gonna head down to 145.3. Looking at Roku, not doing anything. Apple found that hammer at the bottom. So I don't like that this one is not finished yet, heading lower. So I'm looking at Apple right now. Apple looks like a long. Let's see here. All right, doing a long in Apple here. Apple gave us that hammer at that 5 minutes, that 191. Average cost with Apple is 192.14. We are right there at the level of the pre-market low, which we just passed through. All right, so 192.14 is my entry to the Apple here. And let's see, Amazon looks like it had found a bottom as well. So Apple is struggling here with close to our entry 192.14. SPY just had that V reversal. Apple at the daily, it's an inside bar, but we did not get a lot of movers today. So close to my stop loss here is just here, 191.96. You know, it's a bit long of a stop loss, but I only have a couple of shares here. So, and then now Amazon is heading higher as well. So Amazon, let's see here. Just trying to re-enter Amazon to the long. And then Apple, we're still at our Apple trade at 192.14. Beyond, looks like it had formed a 9 EMA. So Beyond formed a 9 EMA in the 5 minutes. Not a lot of volume though. All right, Apple now is at the VWAP here. Expect some struggle in the VWAP, but we do have lots of orders sitting at the ask. So Tesla also had that almost like a V shape. So it looks like we had found a bottom, and we saw that with SPY. I am moving my stop loss here at the break even. Don't want to turn this one into a losing trade. So I'm okay if this one stop me out, but not gonna be involved with a fake out here. So let's see. Very close to getting stop out here. 192.14 is the stop loss, which is the same as my entry. We are at the VWAP here. Bunch of consolidation. Beyond just lost is trend. No more higher low with Beyond. And then AMD is now pushing up as well. So Apple still struggling here at the VWAP. Amazon is the stronger one here after it had encountered that 145.57. So let's see if Apple is a laggard of all the other stocks that's happening. Like Tesla is already above the VWAP. SPY is already above the VWAP. Apple, there's a bunch of ask sitting right here. So yeah, we're pushing up here, 92.32. Let's see that print. It is 192.40. It's the next one. So with Apple, since we have a good entry here, which is just below the pre-market low, we got that reversal in the 5 minutes. Now we are above the VWAP. We can hold this trade longer. Amazon here, this is as what we have expected. This one just got us a little chopped, but it is now heading to the long as what we have predicted. So Amazon is at the VWAP now. Apple is above the VWAP. All right, Amazon looking good here, although we have to endure this chop fest right here. We are now at the VWAP. Okay, took some partial in Amazon. And let's look at our Apple trade. So Apple is All right, we're above the VWAP. Moving my stop loss here above my break even. SPY encountered some resistance here. That 1 minute moving average, and I like how volatile this stock is, but with this volatile stock, your stop loss can just get hit so quickly as well. But that's why we're using the 5 minutes as our trailing our stop. Tesla, very strong, which we need just so we can have some follow through with the rest of the stocks. Oracle is the only gap down. It's been moving 104, 102. Be careful with Oracle with the spread. It is 0.05 to 0.10 spread with Oracle. All right, Apple struggling again here. Apple is back at the VWAP. If this one pushed up above VWAP, then yeah, this could be a good trade here, just because of the timing that, yeah, AMD looking up. So this is what I was saying earlier. You cannot short AMD because you are countering the trend. AMD is very strong, and you cannot just jump into, a train just so you can capture the move, or that trying to predict the move. All right, Apple is now perfect above VWAP here. Amazon is struggling. Amazon is weak. So what I'll do is I'll put my stop loss at that break even there. So, all right, so Amazon stopped me out. But that was still, it was a green trade. All right, so Apple struggling here. The struggle here happens because SPY just reached the high of that body of that almost close to the high of the day. But now we are back at the VWAP. Tesla at the moving average, but looking at the higher time frame, 15 minutes, this one still is bullish. Big order at 192.57 at Apple. I'm interested in looking at AMD, what it'll do at the high of the day, which it did already, 135. Will it push up 135, create a new high of the day? Oh wow, so AMD, this is all-time high. All-time high with AMD. All right, so Apple here looking very nice. So our trade in Apple is working perfectly. Coin had that reversal. It's an inside bar. We did see this one when it was forming that hammer. And Amazon, look at what Amazon did. It stopped us out, and then right now looking at the 15, very strong 15, but just the wick is the one that is kind of scary here, because you wouldn't know if that wick is gonna happen again here. So it stopped us out with a small profit there, but yeah, still heading higher now. But right now it's at the VWAP, so that's not the best spot to do long. The move already, or the entry here already happened. So, but looking at our Apple is working nicely here. I haven't had any partial yet with Apple. SPY created a new high of the day. All right, time to move our stop loss above or just below the VWAP right there. We're now at the moving average here. Apple is down by 50 cents, and yeah, this is gonna, if this one just keeps ripping higher, then we're gonna end green. It looks like it's trying to push it up and be in the green side here, which is now down by just 0.48 or 48 cents. Looking at Tesla, Tesla is having a little bit of a pullback. That will have a little bit of an effect with SPY, but Apple, lots of volume sitting at the ask. So Apple working nicely here. All right, so let's trail our stop. We're gonna be behind that move. We're now above the moving average with Apple. We were able to time this one. Amazon could have been a better trade if it was not, if it did not wick us out, which it did. All right, let's look at Piton. Piton, not a lot of volume here. Lots of volume still at the ask. All right, SPY is encountering a resistance. SPY have reached the high of yesterday's body. So that is the resistance right there in SPY. So while we're in this trade, we're trying to look for different trades. Beyond created a 9 EMA here. So, but the big candlestick happened here. So it's really hard to enter long at Beyond here. All right, so Apple moving our stop loss just below that 9 EMA. Countering some resistance here. That is also because the SPY is having some resistance with the daily, that pre-mark, that mark right there. So this is the daily for SPY. That is the resistance that's happening. Apple had a rejection at 192.7. We do have our stop just below the moving average. Amazon is just stop us out, but now heading higher. AMD, okay, so we were saying what will AMD do at the high of that 135? 135 is right here. This is the one that you don't want to be stepping in front of a freight train. You don't want to be shorting a very strong stock. All right, Apple here having a little bit of a pullback. And I just have my stop there, just trailing the stop. All right, let's see if this is gonna stop me out. Very close to getting stop out. Amazon is just ripping higher, just move $1. Tesla also just had a little bit of a pullback, but now looks like it was just a bunch of consolidation, but it's now headed to even higher. Roku. All right, so the fun continues in Apple. We're still at the moving average there. Looking for an easier trade, still having that resistance of 192.7. All right, SPY now is about to test the high of the day, of yesterday, 142.07. SPY heading higher, Apple having a little bit of a pullback, already have that inverted hammer at the 5 minutes. So we're very close to getting stopping out here in Apple. Oracle looking weak. AMD, first red candlestick at the 5 minutes. 135. Did it become the resistance there. Yeah, AMD, you know, as much as it's enticing to short this one, it's just the daily is just so strong that it's just so hard to time it. The risk is so high in shorting a very strong stock, most especially if it's creating the all-time high, which is what it's doing. So Apple here had a little bit of a resistance there, but now about test 192.7, so it did not stop us out. Nvidia having a pullback as well as beyond. So let's look at AMD here. So this is the reason why I don't want to enter short here with AMD, although it has that red, because of the daily is an all-time high. All right, Apple here just broke that resistance. So our Apple trade is looking good. Amazon here. Amazon, if this one did not mess us up here, this could have been a good trade. Nonetheless, it still is a green trade there. All right, so Apple created a new resistance there. Next resistance is 182.89. We are now just down by 0.4 or 40 cents. Still a bunch of orders sitting at 192.80. Green prints right here, very bullish. So look at this one. This is what you don't want to be involved with. AMD looks like there is a red, but it's actually just a consolidation. Now this is about to create a new high of the day. For the momentum traders, they like to ride this one at the pullback, you know, just a couple of cents pushed up and they'll ride it up. But I find myself as a counter trend just because I like those counter, but we have to manage our risk as well. So rejection at 192.85 with Apple. SPY have a pullback here, which I don't like because the pullback happened at the 5 minutes, but it just tested the in the 5 minutes here, just tested that previous 5-minute candlestick. If it goes below that previous 5-minute candlestick, then yeah, that wouldn't help our Apple trade here. All right, so Nvidia have a pullback. Yeah, looks like we are encountering some pullback here. All right, so interesting. Coin have this R3. Looking at the pivot point analysis here, R3 is where the coin is. It did went to R4 earlier. So what I'm looking at coin here is a sign of weakness once our Apple trade kick us out. So Apple is we're just trailing our stop in Apple. But that's how you find some stocks to trade while you're in the middle of a trade. If it's just consolidating, then look for a trade that is a setup that is forming, which is coin is already forming that pivot point play. But what we want coin to do is go to R4 first, show us some sign of weakness at R4 or at R3, whichever comes first, and we can short that. I just didn't realize how good it is to use the hotkeys. Did not get to use my hotkeys when I was trading using my laptop. But yeah, now we're back. All right, so Apple here, look at that strong candlestick that formed the 5 minutes. Time to trail the stop, time to move that stop. So stop loss is still logical because we're still below the moving average. SPY here looks like just had a little bit of a pullback, tested the level here, and then as soon as it tested the level, then buyers came in and pushed that up. So Apple is encountering the next resistance 192.91, so very strong there. What else is here? Coin encountering that resistance right here, which is what we're looking for, but look at the volume bar right here, not a lot. This one still has potential to push up. All right, Apple still in the middle of this trade. Let's trail our stop here. So stop loss is with Apple 192.59, and this one, look at that V reversal that happened with Apple. We were able to time it here. All right, coin, what are you doing? Coin, yep, encountering that resistance. I would like the coin to test R4 right here. That is a pre-market high, and also let's see the wick here, or the high of the day. Tesla, all right. Wow, SPY is just so strong. Look at this thing. SPY about to have a new break the high of yesterday. All right, so back in Apple encountering some resistance here. All right, 192.91. Yeah, we're heading there. Look at this big volume at the ask. All right, coin, look at coin. So we were looking at this R3. Look at how R3 is having that really strong resistance there. But yeah, not a lot of volume. So this is going to push up and go above R3. All right. Let's look at AMD. So this is what I'm saying earlier. So we were saying that AMD is not a short. You don't want to be in front of a train, because at the high of this 134.8, that's where the momentum traders will come in. And sure enough, they were able to push it a dollar move there when we first analyzed it. All right, some resistance here, 192, which is the high of this. All right, SPY going higher than, about to have, there you go. SPY pushed up, tested the high of yesterday. Apple getting the momentum here as well. 193 is the next one for Apple. We have some resistance right here. All right, that was a quick one. We just pushed through the body of this wick, and yeah, this one looking good. Still the momentum is there. AMD ripping higher. Coin here, we can't enter it yet because we are in our position in Apple, which is was a good move here. Time to trail that stop. So next destination in Apple, 193.10. Okay, some rejection in SPY, but that is, yeah, the high of yesterday. So that was the resistance with the SPY. So resistance with the SPY, but Apple is heading to 193.10. Let's trail our stop here. So now my stop loss is at 192.78. So being very patient with this trade. What is Uber doing? Uber high, about to test, about to be a all-time high as well. Uber is very strong. All right, Apple. Wow, Apple is just so strong. AMD. AMD, look at this thing. It's just 136.32. Yeah, you don't want to short this thing. You don't want to short anything that's strong. All right, so next one, 93.12. Back to Apple. Apple, next resistance there. SPY is still looking very strong. We are now having yesterday's high as a support rather than a resistance. So our Apple trade here, this one is just down by 16 cents or 0.08. They're trying to close and have this one to the green side, which we are heading there. All right. What is coin doing? Coin is just having the R3. Look at this one. Yeah, if I wasn't in Apple, I might consider that, but yeah, Apple here is just ripping higher. All right, 193.02. All right, just trailing my stop loss here. Next, so we were calling this one out. This is the pivot point play. You have your S3, you have your R3, and it just keeps going back and forth, and looks like that's what coin is gonna do. But we have an easier trade here, which is the Apple trade. It was an inside bar. That's why we're playing an inside bar as well. So we found a reversal and we just trail it. So stop loss here is just below this candlestick of the previous 5-minute candlestick, 192.8. So I'm risking 16 cents from the current price. But my average cost is 192.14. So if they stop me out, that is still a profit of more than 50 cents. All right, so we were calling out coin to a short at the R3, and looks like, yeah, look at what it did at the R3. It keeps having that trying to push through the R3, but it keeps rejecting. All right, Apple, SPY. SPY have yesterday's high as a support. Now it's up by 0.06. Is this all-time high? So just looking at SPY and trying to see whether we are all-time high with SPY. Oh yeah, it's not an all-time high. There's still some, but it had been a very good move with the SPY. All right, Apple struggling here at that level, 193. Our stop loss is there. So look at Amazon. Amazon is not the cleanest move. Stop us out and then it just is in that VWAP. But Amazon, looking at the 15, yeah, this one actually looks weak. Just because it had to the R3 and then now have that rejection, but not, oh wow. So we call out coin for an R3 rejection, which looks like, yep, it already moved 50 cents. All right, Apple, will it stop us out? So if Apple else is here, beyond, very sneaky, going up. All right, having some pullback right here. Also SPY having a little bit of a pullback, but looks like pullback was encountered by some buyers. So buyers step in SPY and yeah, still heading higher. So that's helping our Apple trade here. Next one, Uber. Uber is so strong. Tesla, not as clean. SE. Beyond created a new high of the day. So Beyond, this one is the high of the day, but it's not shortable, so I don't like this one. But this one is, yeah, a good V reversal here. It filled the gap. After it filled the gap at 9.91 and then it just shoot up. So Apple still has a lot of orders sitting at the ask here. All right, that one was a big volume that came through. Once this candlestick right here closes, or if this one is a big pushed up, then time to move our stop loss even higher. All right, which is now, just because SPY is struggling, big order sitting right here, 193.11. So expect a big rejection at 193.11. There you go, boom. 193.11. Did it get absorbed? And then SPY is having a little bit of a pullback. So trailing my stop here, just below this current candlestick at the 5. SPY just created that big wick. So with that big wick, let's look at what are the potential for a reversal. Tempted to see AMD, but AMD is all-time high, so we're not going to touch AMD to the short. All right, so Apple now, that was a big, because that one was almost 50K orders that went through. So we are likely going to get step out here. All right, so while waiting for us to get step out, what is Affirm doing? Affirm doing nothing. Or AFRM. All right, SPY encountered against some buyers. We are so close to getting step out here with Apple. Just hope we don't get step out before it shoots right back up, because this Apple has a potential for an all-day runner here. All right, very close to getting step out here. 192.94, 93, bunch of prints. 93, struggling there. 193, having that support at 193. Order at 193.10. All right. Very close to getting step out. 96, 98. Come on, I need some buyers to step in so I don't get 0.02 from getting step out. 95. Oh boy. Did all my shares got filled? Yep. All right, so stop out here. Yeah, but that was a good run right there. So we're out of the Apple trade. So let's see here, out of Apple trade coin. Yeah, what we called out already happened. So no trades there. Apple is still looking strong though. I just did not want to risk that much. But yeah, Apple, this is gonna close green today. All right, so let's look for a different trade. Amazon here is, yeah, just the R3 and the S3. Yeah, Amazon is weak here, but it's just so wicky that I don't want to risk that much. Look at Uber, from S3 to all the way about to have that R3. All right, so if coin, let's see if, so Roku does not have a lot of volume. But look at the 15 minutes in Roku. That stairs. Yeah, just not a lot of volume, so we'll, okay, so Mara, just like a coin, Mara is the same sector. Look at what it did at R3, rejection at R3, and yeah, this one is a pivot play. Now with Apple, look at our exit there at the sign of reversal in the 5 minutes, and it had that reversal there. So is it time to reverse our, let's see, SPY, trying to see whether SPY is actually heading lower versus just some consolidation, which looks like it's just consolidating. So I would not be shorting even an Apple here, even if there's a lot of volume, just because I cannot trust SPY, whether SPY is just consolidating versus reversing. We have to consider that SPY is very strong as well, So the trend here is still to the upside. AMD here, look at how clean this 15 minutes here with AMD, just that breakout. All right, so Apple, very enticing for the short here. All right, so thinking of shorting Apple here. Let's see. If I short it here, 193.15, I'm risking 50 cents. That would be a big risk. So no, not gonna go into this Apple trade. Risk is too much. I don't want to risk 50 cents for a trade. So yeah, let's look for an easier trade. Let's look at Uber. Uber is about to test the high of yesterday. 15 minutes looking very nice, looking a bit overextended here. 15 minutes and also the price right now is just encountering the pre-market high in Uber. Uber is 6.6 million actively being traded. Mara encountered, let's see here, a 9 EMA here, not really the 9, but you have the 20 moving average, but the daily as well as your 15 doesn't look good, so no trades to take there. Apple, so Apple was thinking of reversing it at this level, but it's just not a clean with this wick. Amazon, we were saying that Amazon looking weak because of that 15 minutes. Yep, and it is just a lot of wick. All right, so beyond here, all-time high, not shortable. All right, so no open positions right now. So no open position. We so far traded just 2 stocks right now. We traded, let's see here, Apple and Amazon. And yeah, waiting for another opportunity here. AMD. Let's just watch AMD. AMD looks, wow, look at this thing. So this one is hard to catch because it's open. It opened inside an inside day. Opened at 132 and then it just ripped higher. But look at this. Amazing. All right, so Oracle here had that bunch of consolidation but about to break the low of the day, 102.07. Yeah, this one did not create a perfect 9 EMA to the short, but I did not want to enter it just because even with, let's see here, 103, 104, with that little candlestick, big of a risk, you can still trade it if you lower down your share size, but there's so many things that's moving, like Apple and Amazon, that I want to be in that first hour of the trade where the volatility is happening. Okay, so we were saying Uber, what will it do at the pre-market high? Pre-market high 62.94, have that little bit of a rejection, but this is the all-time high. Almost, it's not even at the all-time high. All-time high is at 62.99 or 63. So imagine that there's a magnet there that, yeah, most likely that it will go into that strong magnet, which is that 963 level, because that is yesterday's high. Firm, Mara, So Apple here had a little bit of a pullback, but now it's heading higher. Look at Beyond here. Beyond, not the best 9 EMA, but it tested the 9 EMA and then shoot right back up. It would have been an ideal 9 EMA if this candlestick right here is a small one. 9.98, 10.29. So that was a 30 cents big fat candlestick there. All right, let's look at Uber. Uber created a doji. Doji is just a sign of indecision. Pre-market high acting as a ceiling there, a resistance. The high of the daily, let's put a level there, is daily. The high here is 60. Yep, right there, 62.98. Let's see if it has the potential for that to even touch that 62.98. Haha, Apple here kick us out, but now heading higher. All right, so there's still lots of order sitting right here. So 62.93, yeah, that will still push up. AMD, look at that, how strong that thing is. So just trying to look for any other trades that's moving or any other stocks that's moving. Uber is starting to, well, Apple is ripping higher. Uber is starting to be interesting here just because this doji right here at the 5 minutes, there's still a bunch of orders at 62.95. So yeah, it's still gonna test the yesterday's high. So let's look for an easier trade. All right, now are we, so if you notice, this is the time where, you know, okay, hold on. Uber having a little bit of a pullback here. How's our volume bar? How's our smaller time frame? I used the smaller time frame for the volume bar right here. Big volume came through 305. Yeah, it's still very risky here to the short because of how strong the daily is. So AMD. All right, so at this time, most of the stocks that we're watching is at the VWAP. That's the time that I go into my list right here and just go all the way down and see which one is the most active. CBNA. CBNA is one of those stocks that's really hard to trade. So while I'm watching this, I'm looking at Apple on how this one could have been a one and done trade. It's now up by 12 cents. Still has some room to go here because of that 193.45. Wow, Apple about, oh yeah, it just did. Just tested the high of the day. What's the daily looking? Daily still has some resistance there at yesterday's high, 193.47, which is SPY is our all-time high. Well, not the all-time high, but for the past couple of weeks. All right, Apple touch created that double top. Okay, it is at that 193.38. That is the double top in Apple. Let's look if the tide will turn, if this one is a short. Now looking at our pivot point analysis here, you have your R3, S3 here. Apple just touched the high of the day, 193.38. Still has some bunch of orders sitting right here. But if this one looks weak, what I would like to see is a rejection in R3, which is 193.75. So we still have a long way to go. And, some weakness that it'll show at once it touched the pre-market high. So let me move this list right here. We'll look at the list later once we get to see if, okay, so Uber here, rejection. This is the level that we were talking about. That is the level of yesterday's high, 63 was the rejection right there. So it did touch that level, had that rejection. You have the R3S3. Look at how this one is respecting the R3S3. Now this is a high risk trade just because we are at all-time high. But looking at how it had respected the S3 and the R3, thinking of, is it a potential for a short? But high risk just because this is creating that high of the day. So we have to consider that as well. AMD still ripping higher. So unlike AMD, this one, S3, R3, just rip higher. So Uber, that can happen as well with Uber, where it's S3, R3, all-time high, almost all-time high, and it can just rip higher there as well at R3, unless the tides had turned. And we'll see that in the tape as well as the level 2, the volume bar as well. Whoa, look at this one. So this is the reason why we would like to see the volume bar. Look at the big volume bar that came through at that level. So now one sign of weakness is this big volume bar right here. That is 272,000. All right, 272. So let's watch this closely. Tesla having a pullback. Apple still ripping higher. So now we got the first sign of weakness here with that volume bar. At the sign of reversal at the 5 minutes, I am going to be shorting Uber. Now, it is an all-time high. We have to take that into consideration. So once we enter this trade, it has to have a tight stop loss. We just saw a big volume bar at the 1 minute. That's why we got that bias here to the short. But if SPY has a pullback as well, then this Uber is going to be a good place to short. So struggling here. Big volume bar right here. So stop loss is at R3, 63. So thinking of shorting Uber right here. Signs of weakness though. Right now we're still higher high. So at the 5 minutes, it's still looking strong. This 5-minute candlestick here is going to close in the next 30 seconds. We're going to have a new one. If this one is another doji and the next one opened below the body of this small doji, then that can be a good risk to reward ratio. Good entry is below the doji, the body of the doji, and stop loss is just at that 63.05. So 12 minutes before that thesis. Let's see if our thesis will be validated. If SPY has a big volume bar as well to the, all right, so this one, hence is on the trigger here. Of course, our thesis will be invalidated if it pushed through the R3. But if this one goes, let's see here, entry, the safe entry here to the short is at 62.84. So we'll consider a short in Uber if it goes below 62.84. But if it doesn't, then our thesis is canceled. So only considering short if this one goes below 62.84. So entry there is 84 to the short, and risking like 15 cents here if it goes below. If it goes above, then thesis is canceled. And yeah, Apple here having a pullback, as well as, let's see, SPY having a little bit of a pullback as well. All right, let's go back to Apple. What I like about Apple is an inside bar. So if SPY is having a little bit of a pullback here, this is a higher probability of a pullback compared to the other one, or the Uber, because Uber is an all-time high. So let's see here if this is going to allow me to. All right, so entering short Apple here. All right, so just entered short Apple. Stop loss here is tight. It's going to be at that 192, or just the high of this candlestick. 193.21 is the average cost. All right, stop loss is just the high of this candlestick. So why I aborted Uber is because this is an all-time high. It's not touching our 62.84. Apple is an inside bar to begin with. So even if we have looked at the inside bar here already for the day, but if it's an inside bar, then most likely it will just go back and forth that range. So the higher probability for a reversal. So my stop loss is just the high of the day. So I have to prepare my stop loss, make sure that if it pops above 193.43, then I am out of this trade. So 193, I'm going to give it 193.45. All right, so going back to the analysis, Uber is all-time high. Apple is an inside bar. If that's an inside bar, you have a higher probability where it's just going to go back and forth your levels right here, or your pivot point here, rather than a ripping higher that you want to short. Because if it's ripping higher, it's already telling you that I'm strong. You don't want to short a strong stock. But with Apple, if SPY is having a little bit of a pullback as well, then Apple can have that, little bit of a pullback as well. So stop loss here is still the high of the day. So just right here, 193.42. So Apple is flat right now. That means this trade right here can just go either direction as well. So average cost 193.2. SPY have that volume bar at the 1 minute. That gave us a little bit of a signal that tide could have been turning, but look at this big volume bar there. Wow, so Uber, my goodness. So Uber, we were saying that entry to the short in Uber is once it breaks 62.84. Look at that. But we are in Apple, so let's just manage our Apple trade here. Look at this Uber trade right here. So we did not get to capture this, but that's how you analyze the move. The rejection that we were talking about was that entry 62.85 supposedly. So that one was a 10 cents move already. but we're in Apple trade. There's a big order sitting at Apple, 193.14 here. That is 45,000. Oh boy. So I think we just have the news. So with that news, let's see. It's getting very volatile, so we have to be very careful with our position here. I am about to just cover whatever I have if this one spike up, just because. Let's see if the news is in. I haven't heard it, but just basing it from the wick, from the movements of the SPY, and that's why I have my mouse hovered at the hotkeys, just because with what the SPY is doing, looks like there is a news. So hands is on the trigger here. Wherever this one will, we're green here in this trade, but remember that this can just go either direction as well, with the SPY trying to observe some news. The good move here is if SPY, all right, so moving my stop loss at break even. I don't want to risk anything here, just because SPY can just wick back and forth with this, and I don't want to be part of that, any wicking or yeah. If SPY wick up, then I'll be out of this trade, but if it goes down, then yeah, I'm still able to ride it. So right now, I'm not risking anything at all, just because my stop loss is at break even. So all right, so average cost 193.2, 193.17, 16, 18, 14. We're heading lower here. Although SPY is heading higher. Let's see what SPY is doing. Yeah, SPY is just ripping higher. So even if SPY is ripping higher, 16, 12 here. My goodness, it's like we're fighting for pennies here. 12. All right, interesting is SPY is at just 140 or 462.35, but Apple is not even pushing up. It's even the opposite. Apple is heading lower when SPY is just consolidating here. So we have 2 minutes before this candlestick finished forming, which as soon as this candlestick closed in 1 minute, and then we can lower down our stop loss. SPY, very, very interesting with SPY, just because of the 1 minute. Look at how flat we are. Apple here, 1 minute, our 5 minutes here. This one about to close in the next 40 seconds. Bunch of orders sitting here at the ask though. So we don't have a big order that we yeah, here. So not a lot of order here, not a lot of position, but yeah, let's just lower down our stop here, trailer stop. SPY is just flat, and yeah, with Apple, this one looks like it's due for a big breakdown. Just looking at how heavy this stock looks like, if this one does not retest this candlestick, then this one has a potential to even go lower. So 193.04. Yeah, this Apple, this is what we call, it's looking very heavy to the downside, but you should not be opening any position right now. We were only able to be in this position because even before the SPY gets so crazy, we were already in this position. So I'm just waiting for my orders to get filled, and yep. So let's see here. All right, so all out of that position, not a, a runner, but just a very small move there. All right, so we were looking at Uber, and boom, this one happened. So this is what we were analyzing earlier. You have the S3, you have the R3, and I was saying earlier that the reversal will happen at that 62.84. That, when we call it out, it already moved 50 cents there. And we were able to kind of see that and kind of predict it because of that S3, R3. All right, AMD here. AMD is just in a different ball game here. Look at the 15 minutes. Never look back. Uber here. Wow. This is the money maker here. Because with the 15 minutes, with that sudden drop, that's just wow. So look at what Apple did. It stopped us out, but looks like it still has a room to go down. But I don't like when the trend, or not the trend, but the pattern is broken. Look at the Uber here. That quick sudden drop. Affirm here. You have tested the high at 40.0. Yeah, this could have been a good short right here, just because of how the daily looks like. So a good short here is at 39.88. Let's see, this is the 1 minute. Wow, so 39.88. 39.88 is a good short. I am 10 cents delayed, or 10 cents away from that good entry. Let's see if it's gonna pop there. 39.88 is the entry to the short that I would like. 39.87. $77. All right, so doing short in Affirm here, just risking, yeah, very small. So I do have the hotkeys where I'm just risking a specific amount, which is at this point, that's what I'm gonna be doing, just because at this point, you don't know how there's a lot of choppiness that can happen. So with that choppiness that can happen at this time of the day, you wanna first lower your share size. Second is you want to be very careful, because this is the time where there would be a lot of fake outs that can happen. So what I saw here is in Affirm, yesterday's body of this candlestick in the daily looks like acting as a strong ceiling, and that's why I went short here. So it's not just because of this red candlestick in the 5 minutes, but when I look at the higher time frame, it can be a good potential for the short, because of how weak the daily looks like. Yesterday was the first red candlestick here from 3 days ago, and the body of yesterday's candlestick can act as a strong ceiling. That's why I entered short there, but stop loss is just high of this consolidation here. So in the 15 minutes, looks like it's just a doji right here. That doji right there, it can just retest the high of that wick. But let's see here, did it even have the strength to move higher here to test the high of the day? It did not. What we're missing here is the volume bar. So trying to see if I can add to my position here. So I added to my position. So stop loss is still that high of this consolidation, 40.02, with average cost of 39.72. So not the best entry, but yeah, this is the only thing that we're gonna be watching for now, just so we get to manage our risk here. So let's look at the tape as well as the level 2 here. So at the daily, we do have our VWAP right here, 39.59, and that is acting as a support right now. So I'm waiting for that support to be broken, 39.59, so we can have a better move with this. Let's look at our volume bar right here. There is some bunch of volume bars. So let's see here at the closed. Every time it's forming that new high, you have that burst of orders, just because those are the stop loss that's getting hit. And this is the first big candlestick when it's pushing down in the 1 minute, and that's at 10.55. 10.55, let's see, where is that here? 10.55 is right there. That's exactly what we saw, and that's where we went short. So 39.72 is the short in a firm. We base that from the daily, and we're just gonna give it some time. Interesting enough, SPY have encountered R3S4 here, and look at how we manage our trade in Apple. We got to capture that a little bit of a move before it shoot up again. So back in a firm, big order at 39.60 here with a firm. So now we're testing the support, 39.72. All right. Let's see. We are now at the moving average, 39.69. Just trying to calculate my risk here since I added to my position 672, and then my risk is so yeah, the way I do my risk is, if ever this trade doesn't work in my favor, am I gonna be okay with the loss? So that's where my calculator comes into play. You always wanted to check if this one doesn't work out, are you okay with that loss that you're gonna encounter? If you're not, then exit out. If you're okay, you can wait for the move. Then if you're not, scalp trade, you can consider scalping it. But with the big move, what you want to do is, if your thesis is there, you want to wait patiently until that thesis is unfolds or it gets invalidated and you get out of that. But that's how you manage your risk. All right, the volume bar here is very tiny with that push down. SPY is heading higher. So if this one goes above 39.60, 9.85, then yeah, this could have just been some consolidation before it goes to the next leg up. So what I don't want to see is some big orders at 39.85, because that means that will make this stock pushed higher than this hammer in the 5 minutes. And SPY just had a drop in the 1 minute, so that's going to help this trade. So SPY just had this drop right here, big candlestick, affirm. Let's look this one closely. So what I don't want to see with affirm is an order sitting at the ask that is above 39.85. I do have orders 39.60 here that I can see in the bid, so that's going to help my trade here because that's bearish. All right, so while it's consolidating, trying to see if there's any other trades. There's a big order that was there earlier. Trying to see if, all right, SPY just had another leg up, so we have to be careful with this. SPY looks like it just consolidated, so willing to abort this trade. All right, so I'm out of this trade. I did not like how it has that fake out and there was a print of 402, 403 here, so I did not like this 403 faked out there. SPY now having another rejection. So let's wait until this order gets filled, 403, and see what it'll do at that 403 level. So big pushed up. There's a big order at 403 here. SPY had another rejection at R3. 403 sitting right here. 15 minutes still is looking strong. Where is 403? 403 is just the body of this candlestick. Looking for a pop at 403. This could be some short here. Yeah, stop loss got hit here as well, but the level here 40 is lower than 40.03. 40.03 incoming. Let's see if this 40.03 is gonna get filled. 40.03. Apple now having that pullback. I don't like what Affirm is doing. Apple, oh my goodness. Apple is a short now with the 15 minutes, but let's see the 5 minutes. All right, thinking of shorting Apple here. All right, shorting Apple. I'm gonna be using the 5 minutes as my stop loss there. The conviction happened with shorting Apple just because what SPY is doing at the R3 here. So as for R3 got a rejection with SPY, so that's why we're shorting Apple. I don't like how Affirm is having that fake out, so that's why I just, yeah, Affirm is not ready yet. So with Apple, stop loss here is just this candlestick right there. So with what SPY is doing, that is Apple, comparing it to the daily, not the same as what Apple is doing, but Apple is an inside bar. And with, let's see, Apple almost tested the high of yesterday. Okay, so stop loss here, since its high is 193.45, that will be the stop loss here, 193.45. So as soon as we only have small position here, 193.45 is the stop loss. SPY is now having the pullback at the R3. It's just so hard to trust SPY though, because SPY is having that all-time high. Amazon looking weak as well. Alright, let's focus on this. Okay, SPY having a pullback. And Apple is struggling. Let's see if we can see anything with the volume bar. Nothing really. Big order sitting right here, 93.38. Beyond having another rejection right there. Alright, Apple. SPY have that 90 MA as a support. Alright, our stop loss here, 93.47. AMD never looked back. Beyond. Okay. Getting close to getting stop out here. Stop loss 193.47. $36. So looking at the tape here, once this one prints 47, then just hitting the hotkeys. 35. Another rejection there. Alright, so I don't like that this one is higher high. Alright, affirm now. So affirm. Alright, affirm looks like the yeah, it's getting lower lows here. So shorting Affirm here. And all right, back to Apple. So we have two open position right now, Apple and Affirm. You see how wiki your 1 minute is? That's why I go to the higher time frame. So with a higher time frame, at least you don't get those noise. But we do have that resistance right here, 93.37. If it breaks this resistance, then yeah, this has the possibility of even stopping us out. So SPY about to go below 9 EMA. This one with Apple can still go either direction here. AMD is just left 133 to 139. We're back to that support. Mara created a double bottom. Not the exact, but Mara created that bottom at 14.54. Had a hammer right there. Coin is not doing anything. Oracle is, yeah, very weak, which I was surprised. Oracle, I thought Oracle would actually do a gap fill where it gap down and then it will fill the gap up. But that's why I was not that comfortable. I think I'm also just tech bias as well to begin with. All right, we're retesting the support here. Come on. Need some moves down for the SPYs, or Apple here can give us a little bit of a move down. All right, so let's look at this one closely. Looking at the tape, level 2. Sorry, excuse me. 193.4. Okay, SPY is about to go below 9 EMA. Apple is just consolidating right here. Let's see, bunch of orders sitting right here at the ask. Could just be some consolidation before another leg up, but SPY now looking very heavy. So just waiting here either to get stop out, or Affirm is just consolidating as well. So with Apple, our short here, our average cost is this 193.15. So this is our average cost with Apple. Red candlestick here. We're still in between our entry and stop loss. Look at what AMD did. This is so beautiful. Wow, it's amazing. All right, back to Apple. Come on, I need some volume. What time is it? 11:20. This is the fake out time. SPY here looking very heavy to the downside, about to break that 9 exponential moving average. All right, decision. Apple is not breaking here. Not breaking down. It's just not breaking down at all. $93.29. Close to getting stop out here. Bunch of orders sitting right here at the 50. $41, $42. All right, I'm out of this trade. SPY just pushed up. All right, needed to keep some back. Affirm here, looking okay though. I like how Affirm is forming here. So we are short Affirm. SPY just had a rejection there. Just added to my position, to my short in Affirm. Apple, yeah, kick us out. So with the add with Affirm right here, our average cost is $39.82. All right, so very small, subtle move here. Let's see. Look at this very small, subtle move. I don't even get to write it. So very small, subtle move to the downside. If I can have my line straight. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, there you go. Very small, subtle move with Affirm. Yeah, this one just stop us out, but you don't want to be in the way of this when it's strong. So Affirm. $25. Let's look at what Apple did to us. Right, we're back in Affirm. All right, so we were able to re-enter at that 39.82 with a firm, and now we just, wow, look at that, it just snaps right back up. But our entry here is 39.82, so it's already 20 cents in the money. This is the first red candlestick in the 15 minutes because this doji is not. So looking for an even bigger move here, potential to the VWAP with a firm. So a firm entry is at 39.82 to the short. And yeah, bunch of orders at the bid here. Just be very careful with this trade. Look how very wicky this is. So your entry should have been, yeah, at that first signs of reversal. But right now, look at how very wicky this thing is. SPY, we encountered that first red doji with SPY. So that's gonna help our affirm trade here. Apple is now having that pullback after it stopped us out. But look at how Apple is forming in that R3 and S3. So re-entering short here in Apple as well. SPY now, rejection at R3. R3, S3, rejection there. And that's what's happening too with Apple. Apple stopped us out, but re-enter there to the short. And then going back to our Affirm. Affirm had a support at 39.43. Where is that? Just the body of this candlestick. Waiting for a bigger move here. So Affirm, don't want to turn this one into a losing trade. Just gonna move my stop loss to break even. Lower than break even here. But yeah, gonna be trailing our stop there. Apple re-entered short here. It just stopped us out. This crazy Apple stop us out, but yeah, stop loss here is that high of the day, 193.62. And Affirm, what? All right, so Affirm had that big move down. So strategy with Affirm is we're just going to be trailing our stop. Did you see how wicky this thing is from 39.43, then just went all the way up here? Oh my gosh. Just got bought. 39.43.56. That's a 10 cents move. Oh, that's the... Just waiting for a follow through here, but come on. 43. So we're still short Apple here. Just at the VWAP here in Apple. Firm. Oh my goodness. 39.43. Oh. So I'm not risking anything here in Affirm. I just don't like that it is not having a follow through and how this trade is not as clean. Look at how big this wick is. Not the cleanest at all. At this point, you don't want to enter this Affirm trade because it is, that wick alone is at 30 cents. I'm only able to manage my trade here because I entered early. But at this point, you don't want to be involved with this kind of trade. Look at how big this wick is. Yeah. So I'm not risking anything with this trade. I just hope that it does not kick me out, which yep, it did. So all out of that Affirm trade. but not the cleanest trade at all. So it should right back here 39.43 and then should right back up. Yeah, this is the kind of stock that you don't want to be involved in. But this is where the anomaly happens. Let's see here. That's a big pushed up. Let's see. Thinking of re-entering short of firm here. All right, entering short of firm. AFRM. Stop lost here. So this one, we just have to manage this one very closely. All right, SPY had a rejection again in R3. This is the decision right here. We don't want to see a firm going up above 39.98. That means the trend here have lost. But I got stopped out here with, yeah, just a break even. But with not having that volume that is supported with this pushed up, I reshorted this stock. So 39.85 is my entry to the short, because it looks like it just stopped out all the shorts here. And let's see if this one now is ready for another leg down. So average cost here is at 39.85. But gonna be managing this one very closely. Stop loss here is 40 is the stop loss. So I'm risking 15 cents for this trade. So 15 cents risk. Stop loss is at 40. Let's look at the prints here, 39.85. There is a bunch of orders sitting at 40 here, so we have to consider that as well. What is the spread here? 0.01 spread. 86 struggling there at 39.97. Let's look at any lower time frame here, see if there's any anomaly. We are back in our entry here, 39.85, 84. This is not the easiest stock to trade here. So only 15 cents risk. SPY is still below the R3 here. This trade can still go either direction, just like with any other trade. right, so decision, entry 39.85, stop loss is at 40, willing to have it at 40.02. For the stop loss, hence is on the trigger. If I see a print at 40.02, then I'll be out of this trade. Next resistance there is the previous candlestick high, 39.97. Looking at the 15 minutes. This is the time of the day where it can get very choppy, so we have to be mindful of the time of the day as well. 39, okay, 87, back in 85, prints of 82, 81 here. How's our Apple trade? Apple trade looking fine. We're now at 39.81. 39.80. Printing 78s here. Come on. So thesis here is those who were shorts here got stopped out, and then yeah, waiting for another leg down here. Back in 85. All right, so while this one is consolidating, we have a bunch of orders sitting at the S at 40. Uber creating a double top, 62.99 going to 63. All right, orders are back here at 40. $39.98. $39.90. AMD still pushing up. We have some 40 sitting right there. 95. Willing to have 40.02 as the stop loss. Another rejection there. Previous candlestick here at the 15. 39.99. So if we look at our pivot point here, the reason why this one is choppy is look at our R3 and S3. We're actually in the middle of that. So that's why this can just go either direction. But we just have that bias just because of our daily looking like that body from yesterday could be a strong resistance, which we'll find out if the thesis is supported or rejected. $95. All right, 5 minutes. We have a new 5 minutes here. Look at how all these wicks are lined up here at 39.99. We're now back in that 85. I just don't like this one. It's such a waste of time. It had been consolidating here for a while. Apple is working nicely on that short trade that we have. We're back here in 84. Is there any anomaly in the 1 minute? trying to see the daily. Are we on all-time high? No, it's not. Wow, this one used to be 176 at one point. I don't know if there's a split there, but all right, so we're heading lower here. Apple here. This is the move that we were waiting for, just because this one looks like there was an anomaly here, 39.44. All right, so now what we can see is SPY is heading higher, or at least retesting R3. When it's retesting R3, Affirm now is pulling back. This is the second red candlestick after this one. So we got short here, got stop out at break even, re-shorted here. So what I'm looking at is initially there was a bunch of orders sitting at the ask at 40, and it's gone now. So that orders could just be canceled, because whatever you have in level 2, you can always cancel that order, but it's not here anymore. 15 minutes. We have 3 minutes before another 15 minutes candlestick form, or before this one finished forming. And what I would like to see is an inverted hammer right here. That would be a confirmation that it is indeed a weak stock now. Let's see. Having that support now, 39.62. Let's see if this is gonna be able to break this candlestick. 39.43 is the next support. All right, so let's look at the tape here. There will be some short coming in here, because that is the end of the body of here, 39.69. So let's see if that would add to the fire of this to the short. All right, so that is the support right there. The wick of this candlestick, 39.63. Also, you have the moving average right there. SPY looking weak. Bunch of tests in your R3, and SPY looking like it's very subtle that it's trending lower now. All right. Uber, just because this one is consolidating, let's look at other interesting stock. Uber creating double top. With that double top, volume bar, look at the volume bar right here. That was the giveaway there, and we were watching that, but we just got involved with a firm trade. But yeah, looks like Uber can have a potential for a short once it reached that double top. Here we go again with Affirm. Affirm is not the cleanest stock to trade here, just because, okay, so now we have the inverted hammer here. What we would like to see is the stock going lower than 39.63. All right, so Uber, look at this one. Double top. About to create that rejection right there. Volume bar is pushing up though, so this one still has some push leg up. All right, let's analyze this one. All right, so let's look at the tape and the level 2. 39.77 is the print. 39.75 heading lower here, just based on the tape. We're now below that moving average. Big order went through 39.73. That is 200,000 shares that was bought. 39.73 in between the bid and the ask. So we really cannot tell anything with this, just because, you know, we would like to have like red prints or bright green prints. That means they're hitting above the ask or below the bid. In between is, yeah, we cannot make any bias of that, although those are big orders. 39.72. 11.47. There you go. We broke 70. So 39.67 now. 66. So I'm just looking at the tape right here. 69.65. We're back in 70. This one is getting that support at 39.70. Okay, at least we're at 70 here. AMD looks like it had reached the top. We're back in 70 here with a firm. Amazon had a big shoot up. Interesting enough with Amazon is it's heading to S3 R3, that it can just have a rejection there at R3, just in that pivot point analysis. But we do have two open position, are short in Apple as well as short in Affirm, so we cannot open another position. But Amazon, I would be very interested in looking for a short possibility for a short here once it reach S3 R3. Once you have like an inverted hammer at the top, this can also have a potential to test the high of the day and then just have a rejection there. So those are the things that I look into the trade. This one is back at 39.70, has a big support at 39.70. Once we see a break of that 39.70, then we can expect a bigger move down, another leg down here. AMD looks like it had found the top. This one, 139.82 with a big volume bar like this. Yeah, potential for a reversal here. Also with the time of the day, with a SPY looking like it's reached the top as well. So with AMD, although we already have, we have a position open at 2. Apple and Affirm, we cannot trade anymore, but at this time, unless we finish the trade in Apple and Affirm, but looks like 138.8. Let's see, it's a good short with AMD. And stop loss here is just that 139.48. But remember that this can also just be a scalp, because buyers can just easily step in with that. So tight stop loss, quick easy profits. We're back in 39.70 here with the firm. Look at how this one have just been trading this this range for a while. That is more than an hour and 30. Let's look at Amazon. Amazon is now testing that R3. We were calling this one out, what it will do at R3. It can retest the high of the next resistance is 146, which looks like it's heading there because of bunch of orders in the ask. All right, let's manage our Affirm. Any anomaly with a 1 minute? That was a big order there, almost 300,000 at 11:45. So that was a while, but that one hitting the bid. PLTR here. Looks like it had, Still looking with PLTR. Come on, 39.70. It is still being supported there. All right, Amazon, we were saying what it'll do at R3. Starting to have a rejection. So if this one turn into a doji, inverted hammer, the next candlestick, you can have this one as a basis for a short if it gets that confirmation with the volume bar. So that's how you plan your trade. You look at what it's doing with your pivot point, how it's respecting that. You look at the bigger time frame, and you will only get into a trade if a specific candlestick forms, like an inverted hammer, a doji, a big forms of rejection. SPY also having a rejection. Those kind of things are the one that you want to look for. All right, this one is, look at how not clean this thing is at all. So it's been in this range for more than an hour. We're still back here, 39.70. All right, let's look at this one. This is more than 500,000 shares that went through 39.75, and that one was 11.52. So a minute ago, a big order, almost 1 million shares hit the ask, which is very bullish. So we have to consider that and just be sensitive if the tide have turned, whether this one is still a short or a long now. All right, 39.70, that is, someone is loading this one up, 200,000 shares. Okay, SPY having another pullback. SPY, we just have an overdue pullback with the SPY. Come on. So a firm back in this, 200,000 push through. We're now at 39.77. How's our volume bar? Not a lot there. That's why yeah, traders are still indecisive whether this one is a short or a long. The decision is going to be based if the SPY tank here, then we'll see a move with a firm. But since SPY is just consolidating on R3 right here, our firm is also just consolidating here. So just like the rest of the stocks, Apple is just consolidating, just mimicking what SPY is doing. A firm back in that 39.70. All right, Amazon, this is the one that we were looking at. What it'll do at your R3, 146.59. This one is a hammer. The ideal here is an inverted hammer. SPY looking heavy at the R3. SPY had been testing that R3, but we do have that wedge looking here that this can just easily push up as well. Firm back to that support, 39.70. Amazon, look at what Amazon did. S3, R3 here. I do have an open position with Apple in a firm, so I cannot open another one. But let's see. With Amazon, this could be a potential for a short. Let's see. So short here is now 146.5 with a stop loss above this. So 146.62. So if you're going to enter this Amazon, you're risking 12 cents. 12 cents right there. Potential is that S3, or first potential is the VWAP first. All right, affirm back now to 39.79. $72 here. We're at 12 noon, so this can be the chop fest. All right, this is going to be retesting that level again. 15 minutes, interesting enough, is lower low. $82. All right, SPY had a rejection in R3. This one. All right, SPY, this is the rejection that we were waiting for. R3, rejection there. So now, the one that we called out, this one, Amazon, is a good short now, just because of that SPY that we were looking at earlier. So yeah, this is where I add the position. Yeah, 46.5, good short with 15 cents risk. All right, back to affirm. This is back to my break even. So that's how you trade that. So Amazon, yep. You have the confirmation that SPY is having a little bit of a pullback in Amazon as well. We have a bunch of orders at 40 here, so we have to take that into consideration. Those are back. SPY had a bunch of orders. 139.85, rejection there again. Big order 39.77, 83. We're back in this range. Now look at how this one looks like. The tides have turned. You affirm. You have a bunch of orders sitting now at the ask. So that's very bullish. You have 39.86.97 right there. It's 12. Expect some choppiness, which we already have encountered because we have been in this trade for a while. All right, so our stop loss right here is that 40.02. That's a big push stop. Big order went through here. That was 500,000. What time was that? 11:59 at 15. So that was 500,000 shares that went through. Now we have been seeing a bunch of orders sitting right here. So almost 500,000. Now we have a bunch of red prints right here. SPY just had another rejection at 462.7. That one was the wick that this one had created as well. We're back in that support 39.85. Look at what SPY did in the 1 minute. That wick right there, big rejection. And affirm, this is the anomaly right here, big volume bar. So stop loss, those who were shorting this one could have covered. And yeah, this one looks like, let's see if this one has a potential to go lower. 15 minutes, 39.89. Uber had a rejection in the double top. That was a big volume bar that went through here. Let's see if, yeah, looks like buyers are getting exhausted here too. it would need another 100,000 shares for this one to test this level, the 39.96. So we would need 100,000 shares for this to retest that level. But it looks like with this candlestick, or with this candlestick inverted hammer volume bar right here, buyers are getting exhausted here. Unless there is 100K buyers that hit the ask here, then this is heading another leg up, but highly unlikely because of this big volume bar. All right. All right, so back in Amazon. So Amazon here, bunch of consolidation. SPY is under consolidation as well. So with this, the call out what we did was a short in 146.49, but there was a rejection right there where our level is. So, you know, with, let's see our volume bar here. Yeah, that was a big volume bar here as well. If SPY gets a leg down, then this one is, yeah, a short. If that very tiny wick got you wicked out, then you know, you have an option whether you want to re-enter it to the short, which is now looks like we do have that confirmation, just because of that big volume bar in the daily. So a firm decision. So this is what I was saying earlier, that 1 minute was an anomaly here. Unless we see 100,000 shares to go in, then a firm will not gonna have another leg up higher than 39.96 if there's no 100,000 buyers that will go in. But we're still stuck in that range. So we'll just look at the tape here as well as the level 2. So at this point, you know, we're at noon. This is the time if you're gonna consider to trade. You wanna switch your watch list to a 15 minutes, just because now we're heading to a chop fest, to some consolidation. So you wanna silence those noise by switching up your watch list to a 15 minutes. All right. The thing is with this, we have been on this consolidation for a while, and what market makers can do is, because they know that it's obviously a lot of, you know, short sellers have their stop loss right here. What market makers can do is just push this up to 40.02, 40.03, just so all the stops can get hit and before another leg down. So that's a possibility as well. So that's how I kind of look into it. If I am the market maker, I see a bunch of orders sitting right here as a stop loss, then I will like to make some money as well. So hit those stop loss before pushing this thing down again. So that's why we do have our stop loss. Unfortunately, we're part of the crowd that if this one hits the high, then we're out of this trade. So yeah, stop loss there is 40.02. Our probability will be higher if SPY end up, at least going even below, which is what's happening now. So that took a while. But look at our call out here is Amazon as well. I was calling it out for a short at 146.65, and look at that pullback as well. If we weren't in a firm trade, then we could have ride this one. But that's how you look into and predict what will happen next. You look at SPY. SPY keep on going, testing the R3 ceiling, and sure enough, it can only test that for so long before it makes a decision. And it did make a decision to go lower below the moving average, the 9, the 20. So that's going to help the Affirm trade as well. Looking at Affirm, how it's responding to SPY moved. SPY have another, a good leg down. Affirm is just in this moving average here. This is 1125. What happened to SPY at 1125? 1125, not as big of a move as Affirm. So we have to see and treat Affirm at least not as a mirror trade of SPY, because this wick right here, SPY did not have that big of a wick initially. So next support here is 39.43. We've been very patient with this trade, and the Amazon that we called out for a short, look at this one. So we were risking 15 cents, and then now it had moved 20 cents, so that's already more than 1-to-1. All right, Affirm decision. Next support here, 39.42. Now let's look at the way I look at this one. Initially, when it went all the way to 39.43, a bunch of buyers went through, pushed this up so quickly. But now look at how this price is now hanging out here, 39.54. There are not a lot of buyers now that is willing to push this up, unlike when it reached at this level. Because we were saying earlier that for this to break this level, it needs to have at least 100,000 shares to be bought, but no buyers are going in front of this. All right, we just tested that support, and that's a very strong support. We encountered lots of buyers when that support was tested earlier, but now there were no buyers that's willing to step in here. That's also because SPY is heading lower. This one we called out, heading lower. All right, now let's look at the price action. Big order, 39.28. We are close to the VWAP. That's the next destination here, 28. So now we're back in that support, but we do have 39.28 right here, close to the VWAP. Take some partial. It's not wrong to take some partial. What happened to the big bid? Not there anymore, but SPY. But now let's see here. Now what I'm seeing here is there's not a big buyers that's stepping in. Initially, when you have that massive move, it's just a big buyer just shoots this back up. Now we don't have that. Now what we have is 45, 39.47, 47 here. So we broke that strong support here, which is that 39.62. So now we're at 39.40. So now let's see, 39.45. 46 here. SPY is heading lower. We have 46. 44. So now we have our, what is our daily looking like? 48. SPY still looking weak. 48 here. 49. Let's look at our volume bar. So now what we can see here is there's not a lot of buyers stepping in here now. We created a new low here, 39.36. $39.45. Big order. It's not going away. It's still there. Big order 45 here. They're just trying to support that. That's 39.36, close to the VWAP. Okay, so curling right back up. SPY as well, curling right back up. That was a big pushed up, 39.60. SPY having that leg up. Okay, let's move our stop loss lower than our break even. So we have it at that support right there. So $59. Yeah, some buyers went in as well as with SPY. Encountered some buyers in that support. 39.60. We're 0.07 from getting stop out. What is AMD doing? AMD, yeah. Trend is broken with AMD. 60s. SPY is pushing up. Very close to getting stop out here. Very close to getting stop out. Okay. Is the rest of my shares out? All right, so all out there. Apple here had that little bit of a move. SPY. We were able to capture that move with a firm. Not a big move, but it did broke that support right there. And looks like, yeah, this can head down even more. Big volume bar right there. Trend is broken here. it's just not as easy now, just because consolidation happened at 39.85. So yeah, that will be hard to re-enter that one to the short. But yeah, it's looking weak. That one looking weak. But let's look for an easy trade. This one can still head lower, but it's just the risk is high that we don't want to push it. Because this one, the consolidation happened here at 39.85. So unless it goes close to 39.85, that will be a good place to reshort. But right now, there's no edge there. All right, so Apple here, nothing. Amazon, look at this Amazon thing here. Amazon looking at the 15. So 15 is still weak here. So 20 cents risk to the short. Looking at R3 and S3. If SPY have that rejection, but this one now we're doing the 15 minutes. If I'm going to consider a short here, that will be based on the 15. This one, stop loss is the body, 56. So we're talking about 16 cents risk. But it will be better if it goes a little bit higher to this body. In that way, our risk is smaller. So thinking of shorting this one. All right, shorting Amazon. We're using the 15 minutes now. So we have the 15 minutes right there. Look at this one, Affirm now is heading lower. Yeah, but we are short Amazon. Using the 15 here, you get the rejection at R3. And then let's see if this one can retest S3, but we have a VWAP there first. So short Amazon with average cost of 146.38. 146.38 is the entry there. Stop loss is just the body of this candlestick. We're using the 15 minutes now. 146.56 is the stop loss. Look at the firm. A firm stop us out, but yeah, this one still has a big potential for the low. But the good entry there could have been in that 39.85. Tesla creating a double bottom. So this one at the time of the day, this is going to be a high risk trade now, because expect that there will not be enough follow through now that will happen compared to the earlier trades. Because lots of day traders, they could be done with their day as well. So looking at the 15 here, So stop loss is at 56. $146.38.018. Just small share size. So I'm comfortable with my risk here. Just because I do have just a small share size. The firm here is now looking weak. Yeah, this one has just another leg down. Alright, so Amazon, the 15. So this, since we're using the 15-minute candlestick, expect that, yeah, this is gonna be a longer than usual trade. So stop loss here, 146.56. Just because it's gonna be a longer trade. An option here is just putting a stop loss or a range trade, which is a range trade is you're gonna get stop out once it reach your stop loss, and you're gonna get the profit if it goes to your predicted level. And with this one, let's see, so stop loss is that 146.56. So we have reduced our share size significantly here, just considering the time of the day. So the high is 146.57. With the low of, let's see here. Low first is, you have the VWAP there, but it does have the potential as well. Let's see here, 46.22. It's just a 1-to-1 risk to reward. What is this level right here? So 146 potential if it loses the VWAP. 146.15, that's the high of yesterday. Alright, so let me just answer this phone call. I'll be right back. All right, so sorry, just answered the phone call. So for Amazon, I got stop out here, but yeah, with just a small position, that was actually a totally fine. Looks like SPY is heading another like up here. All right, so what I'm seeing here is let's see if we can have another trade. Amazon, another rejection right there. SPY heading higher. $146.57. Tesla have a double bottom here. Tesla now looks strong. Let's see, looks like it had a double bottom, down by $5. It's just a high price stock, that's the thing. All right, back in Amazon, still looking for a short potential for this Amazon, but SPY is just so strong that yeah, you don't want to be involved in this. All right, Apple, big order 193.53. Apple just is now at yesterday's high. Apple could be a good reversal if SPY decided to have a pullback. Tesla is heading higher. It formed a double bottom, but it's just a high price stock that I did not want to be involved with it. But thinking of shorting Apple here. If SPY decides to have a bit of a pullback. All right, Apple, thinking of shorting this one if we find some weakness. So either Apple or Amazon for a short if SPY gives us a bit of weakness as well. Amazon is still just heading above that resistance right there. Apple, same thing. AMD here, yeah, we called this one out to the short 38.77, and yep, that was the high of that. All right, so what I'm seeing here is Amazon stalling at the R3. And Apple, where is our R3? All the way up there. So Apple haven't reached the high yet. Unlike Amazon, that it had encountered that R3. So between the two, which one is more appealing for the short? It will be Amazon. If at the higher time frame, it gives us that signal for the short. SPY is pushing up. Okay, what Amazon is doing is testing this resistance right here. This resistance got tested 1, 2, 3 times already. So this is 1 hour of retesting that resistance, 146.63. It had tested that resistance couple of times for the last 1 hour. If SPY have a rejection now, then this could be a good rejection level. Otherwise, thesis is invalid. Just right now, SPY is moving higher for 63.11. but we'll be interested in shorting. All right, we got some little bit of pullback at 146.64. How about SPY? SPY is still pushing up. Next resistance here in Amazon is 146.74. That is the wick of this 5 minutes. Okay, so rejection there, 46.64. Also SPY having a bit of rejection there. 46.03 now with SPY. We are in that moving average in the R3 in Amazon. We're now printing 62.63, 5 minutes. A lot of volume there. How about our 1 minute? We have a big volume bar that pushed up here. We did not get, I want this one to push up 146.65 because there will be some stop loss that can get hit there. If there's a huge stop loss that get hit there, that means there's a lot of short sellers waiting for this to tank. SPY, just the 1 minute, having a little bit of a pullback. How about our 5 minutes in Amazon? Apple having a little bit of a pullback already. All right, back to Amazon. Amazon testing again that resistance right there, 146.64, 63. 5 minutes in the SPY. Now remember that right now this can be a lot of fake outs. So thinking of shorting Amazon 46.56. Let's see if it goes below 140. Let's see here with the 5 minutes goes below 146.54. That is a reverse there. So looking for a print in 146.54. To be safe, let's do 146.53 to the short. SPY. So trigger here is 146.53. So 58, I don't see that being printed yet in the tape. SPY having an inside bar. 57, hence is on the trigger to short Amazon. 46.53. We're now at 56, 57, 55. All right, so entered short Amazon here. So stop loss here is just this high of this consolidation right there. All right, what we saw as well with SPY is just that inside bar in the 5 minutes. So the stop loss here is just the high of this 146.65. And then our average cost is 146.53. We did wait for that break. So stop loss is this 146.65. So we're risking 12 cents here on this trade. Very close to getting Stop out there. $146.65, willing to give it 146.66 as a stop loss. 62, 63. We're at 63 now. SPY having a little bit of a pullback. This one is not pulling back. So 66. Rejection there at SPY 462.93. Five minutes with SPY, looking like it's ready for a little bit of a pullback. So let's see here, we're now back in break even here. SPY having that pullback as well, back in break even. Apple looking good for a short. This one had retested that level a couple of times as well. So, all right, what we can see with SPY, 1 minute. Look at this volume bar that came through, 250,000. Lots of sellers came in at R3 in SPY. Let's see if that can create some pullback as well with Amazon. All right, there are a bunch of orders sitting at the bid now. So only two open position, Apple and Amazon. Affirm, look at Affirm. Got a stop out, but now it's now at the VWAP. All right, let's see if this is gonna stop us out. 146.66 is the stop loss. PLTR here looks like it had found a bottom in the 5 minutes as well as the daily, that VWAP. So yeah, PLTR is good now for a long. Let's see if I can enter long here with PLTR. No, I have two open position. It's not allowing me. Okay, so we'll just manage this Amazon and Apple trade. All right, retesting that support again with Amazon 146.54.53. So Amazon, it kind of stopped out here, but we re-entered just because what we saw with SPY as well is the big rejection at 463, and as well as that little bit of an inside bar and looking like a little bit of a pullback with SPY. So a firm here still heading lower, but this one kicked us out. But yeah, this one has been one of those one and done. Alright, so decision here with Amazon. Trying to see if there's any anomaly. Once we get to see, the strategy that I do is once I get to see a big anomaly, that's the time that I get to add to my position. So stop loss here is still at that 146.65, very close to getting stop out. So 0.05 from getting stop out here. Alright, so we were talking about PLTR here, how we have found a bottom. Let's see if I can. 1734. It's gonna give me some shares. Okay, so I went long at PLTR here using the 15 minutes. Like to have a little bit of a pullback so I can add to this position closer to this 17.31 is alright. So entry at PLTR is not the best, but the good entry here is 17.31. Average cost here is 17.33. So our stop loss here is 17.25. Alright, back in Amazon. So we do have 3 open positions: Apple, Amazon, and PLTR. See if I can add here. So PLTR, looking at the daily, it is at the VWAP, and with the 15 minutes, it had been in this, just that stairs all the way down, and looks like it had found a reversal there at this first 15 at 12:30, first white candlestick, and that's why we went long there. With our Amazon, we're still short. So this is the stop loss. So stop loss is at 17.25 for PLTR, and average cost, not the best, 17.34. With our Amazon, our entry average cost is 146.53. Stop loss is 146.65. Amazon working very slowly here. There you go. Good. We were able to time that because of what SPY is doing with how it's acting in R3. look at how SPY respected that R3 right at the T. You have the R3 right here, inverted hammer, short right here, 462, stop loss all the way up here. Look at that one, potential for a test in the S3. Look at this one, even clearer here with the pre-market data, rejection, and then boom. So PLTR, yeah, we're just gonna give this one some time. Amazon here, 15 minutes, starting to have that pullback. That's also being helped by SPY. Apple here working nicely. So PLTR having that slowly grinding up. We have to give this one some time. This one is, let's see, move only 17.88, 17.25. We're talking about 50 cents move throughout this big of from the open all the way now. So yeah, imagine that it will take some time for that to do something. Look at Affirm. Affirm lost the VWAP here. Okay, back in Amazon. What I don't like about Amazon is, look at how we are just in this consolidation here. This can take a while, just like what Affirm did. Took some consolidation, weak us out before it had that moved. But the only difference here is 21 million. Affirm only has 14. So at least we get some volatility in Amazon. So faster moved. SPY rejection in R3. Look at this one. Big rejection at 463, which is there at the daily. Trying to see if there's any other trades. Looking at Affirm. Affirm could have been, yeah, just a one and done there. SPY, yep, just lost that R3 right here. We have to give credit to SPY though. It went all the way up here to 463. Right, let's see if this is gonna stop us out. That was a big rejection there. Wow, Affirm is, we got 39.47. We left 40 cents in the table with Affirm. So slightly grinding up here. That's gonna take a while. Amazon here. Not moving fast enough for me. So with the PLTR, yeah, logical. Let's see here. Profit here could be at that VWAP. Uber eventually had a drop here, form a double top, 1, 2, and then a drop. PLTR slowly climbing up here. The good thing about PLTR is, it's not high price stock. It's a cheap stock, $17 only. Using the 15 minutes, this one, you just wait for it, and could be one of those kind of like walk in the park trade. Wow, Affirm. Look at this thing. That body of this acted as a strong resistance. PLTR, the one that we're trading, is the support here is that VWAP right here at the daily. So we still get to consider the higher time frame. still under consolidation here in Amazon. Affirm had moved nicely down here, big drop. Look at that volume bar right there. Those are the things that we would like to see. But this one did not stop me out. Wow. This has a potential to go all the way down here. This is very painful to watch. With this volume bar, this is gonna drop like a rock. PLTR climbing slowly here. Let's see. I can add to my shares there. Just added. So for this one, just gonna put in a range order here. Oh wow, cover all. Alright, so I'm all out of that. All out of Amazon. What is that? So out of Amazon, but PLTR is moving up. What time is it? 1:02. News coming. Affirm got a bounce at S3. Alright, SPY is about to test high of the day. Apple created double top here. Double top with Apple. Stop loss here was this high of the day, but we did had a good rejection there. into my position here to the short with Apple. Looking at Amazon here. Amazon is just so hard to trade. Let's look for an easier one. Alright, affirm back in the VWAP. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, so what's going on? SPY double tap. PLTR looks like ready for a leg up. Thinking of adding to a position here in PLTR. Let's see. Amazon. Looking forward to shorting this. Amazon stopped me out, but now moving lower here. SPY as well have that pullback. So entry there is the low of that 5-minute doji. So re-entered Amazon with a short at 46, average cost 146.62. And stop loss here is the high of the day. Look at how clean the Uber move is. So you have your S3 all the way to R3 and rejection from there. Double tap and rejection. Stop loss here in Amazon is high of the day 46.78. Very close to getting stop out with Amazon here. All right, out of that Amazon. Apple now here. Looks like a good for a short. What is SPY? Apple looking good for a short with that R3 rejection. So went short Apple here. The R3 here is the resistance that I'm looking at. We're looking at the pivot point in Apple. So while waiting for this consolidation to happen, right, so we entered short here in Apple. Amazon now. Just re-entered short here, Amazon. A little bit overextended there. Look at Tesla. Tesla had a big rejection right here. PLTR very close to where my stop loss is, 17.25. Okay, so stop loss is there, 17.25. They have a short here in Apple, just that R3S3. So stop loss here, 193.81. PLTR. Our stop loss is here. Looks like having a little bit of a bounce. So stop loss did not get triggered. So just changing the time frame here. We're doing the 15 minutes now. Interesting with PLTR, about to have that W. I'm even thinking of adding to a position right here in PLTR. Let's see if it's gonna allow me to add to my position. PLTR. It has that higher high, higher low. So even if we put in, that channel right there is showing some signs of reversal there. Apple, let's see if it's gonna stop me out. Yeah, PLTR looking strong here. With this, if I don't have an open position with Apple, Amazon, then I could add to my position here, but currently has an open position. Let's see if this one is gonna stop us out. Very close to getting stop out here. And yep, out of Apple here. PLTR. This is the retests and still looking like it's due for a reversal to the upside. thinking of adding to my PLTR here. All right, I added to my position in PLTR. Average cost is 17.34. So I added to my position in PLTR here to the long. With thing that I saw here is that pullback right here got easily bought back up. So we got that little bit of a move, and we have the add in PLTR. Apple got us stop out. Amazon about to stop us out. That high of the day. Yep, so we are my stop loss did not get triggered in Amazon, so still short here. So PLTR working nicely here, about to break this level 17.4. What is this? Okay. Alright, so PLTR, this is the trend that we were talking about earlier. We added at the pullback. So long here, added at the pullback, stop lost. I haven't updated my stop loss because I added there. So 17.25. Alright, so PLTR about to break this high of this trend. What is happening here? So PLTR just moving very slowly here, but we've been long since 1240 with an average cost of 17.34. We did have to increase our share size. Tesla is curling up as well. Alright, so with that, let's see what our list is doing. Let's just go over. So AMD, we know. Apple, heading up. SQ, looking at the daily inside bar. Amazon, we've been trading. Boyle, not a good stock. TIP, not a good stock. LI, not doing anything. BAC, Goldman Sachs, inside bar. Snap. Oh wow, look at this trend. 15.45 all the way to 16, 50 cents a move there. But now it's just consolidating. Microsoft, high price stock. BABA, just an inside bar. CDNA, just at the VWAP. What is DraftKings doing? Not as clean today. And then coin, we've been seeing how it's going just inside that R3S3. This is nothing. Lyft. Wow, look at Lyft. So Looks like lift had a big push up to the R3 and then rejection. 14. So rejection right there, lift. Let's watch lift. Is there any available? Okay. I just like how lift had moved from R3 to S3. So let's see how it will react in that S3. But the daily looks very weak here. What's WBD? Nothing. We've seen a, how about Disney? Daily doesn't look too good. Roku. Rejection here. And yeah, Roku looks like it had reached the bottom, 100.2. What is BA doing? SPY is heading higher. PA is, wow, almost all-time high for the past couple of weeks. SE, yeah, doing nothing. So PLTR working nicely here. Yeah, we have found the momentum here. So we call this one out. We have this. This one is higher than this level, so we know that the trend have changed, and that's why we added once it pulled back up right here. So far PLTR is working nicely here. SPY is so strong, created a new high again with SPY. AMD just reached the top here, 140. All right, so Affirm is, I'm short bias here, but entry, I would not even try to short this one not until it goes all the way up here, 39.85. What was that we were watching as well? Lift. All right, lift, we were saying what it'll do at, so you have the R3, S3. Yesterday, it closed above your pivot point. It was just right now in the middle. And we are now at the S3. Look at the volume bar right here. The daily still has some room to go down here at 13.2 though. That's the only thing. This one looks really clean from S3 to R3. PLTR here. Time to trail our stop with PLTR so we don't turn this one into a losing trade. So now stop loss is at break even. So these are the ones that I'm watching. PLTR having a little bit of a pullback. Trailer stop. So just place it below this previous 5-minute candlestick. Alright, where is lift? So lift is, look at this S3 here. What is it? But it is below the S3. Big volume bar here in lift. What I don't like about lift is it's actually below the S3 here. But the 15 minutes looks like, yeah, having that S3 as a support. Now back in coin, you have your S3, R3. It is now about to test this support right here. PLTR still moving up. Time is set 1:55. Alright, back to lift. Lift here. Although it's been respecting the S3, but looking at the daily still has room all the way down here. That's why I don't like that. But the one that's setting up is the coin. I would like coin to retest 140.51. So let's see, 140.51, that is the resistance right here. High of this candlestick as well. So lift just went below S3, and that's because it's not reliable because of how the daily looks like. Alright, so coin now already having a pullback here without even retesting the high of 140.48. Before we go into that, let's look at what PLTR is doing. PLTR having a little bit of a pullback here. The 5 minutes looks like a reversed here. So I do have a stop loss at 17.39. Alright, so coin having that pullback already, even without testing the high of this. So rejection happened at 140.37 with coin. What is Mara doing? Same sector. Okay, hold on. Let me just have my breakfast. So lift still looking strong. All right, PLTR. PLTR still looking strong. Lift. It's still retesting. S3. Coin. Rejection at that 140.4. That is close to that R3 in the pivot point. Coin, we just have this doji at the 5. We're testing this level 140.47. So what I'm looking at is coin already went above R3 here. So that R3 same sector as coin is Mara. Mara, look at how it's been respecting the R3 S3. Looking for Mara to test the high of the day, 15.11. That is close to our R3 and could be a potential for a short there. So PLTR about to break this resistance right here, 17.44. Big order is 17.50. So we're slowly gonna be climbing up there. SPY, is this really a pullback now? Because there's a lot of fake out that happened today with SPY. Coin, first sign of weakness right here. You have your doji, you have your R3 right here. Did not get to touch the high of this wick. But I do have my open position though, so I cannot trade this one. But yeah, waiting for PLTR to let's see, PLTR potential here is at the VWAP. What else is here? We have to see though that PLTR is encountering that S4. So that can be a strong resistance right there. 17.46. Bunch of orders 17.50. Lift. Wow, look at lift here. It's the opposite of lift. But yeah, we did not get to even consider this R3 S3 here because of how the daily looks like. The daily still has some room to go down here, 13.22. All right, so let's trail our stop in PLTR. let's look at what coin is gonna do. Yeah, this one is not convincing. We're not convinced that this one is gonna be a rejection here because of the volume bar. Not a lot there. Looking at the smaller time frame, volume bar here did start to pick up. That one was the R3. So those who have their stop loss got hit. Some coverage happening here. And yeah, let's see some signs of weakness. Once PLTR pass through the 1746, it will be time to move the stop loss right here at 17.42. Affirm having this weakness again. Affirm here. Let's see what is that level. That will be a risk of 40 cents. That's too big of a risk. PLTR encountering some resistance here. Oracle looks like it had found the bottom. Alright, PLTR, will this stop me out? Coin. Alright, so coin, we were looking at what it'll do at that doji. And yeah, looks like it had that rejection right there. So that one was the R3 right here in the 15. If I was out of PLTR, I would consider this one to the short, but I'm still in PLTR. Coin 140 here looks very enticing to the short. Beyond looking weak now. waiting for a push up right here, waiting for that 17.50. So next. All right, let's look at lift. Lift. Yeah, still has a long way down here. Come on, PLTR, I need a pushed up to 17.50. All right, so this is getting interesting here. Coin struggling at R3 right here. Mara is just about to reach the R3. So R3 there with Mara is 15.07. PLTR retested that 17.46, then a little bit of a pullback after. Lift is now, let's see. All right, first signs of reversal here in lift. Does this one have a room to go up? What I'm seeing here is the tape as well as the level 2 does not have a lot of prints. So the volatility, it's not as fluid as liquid. This is a big volume bar that pushed through here. So $17.50, is it still there? Let's see if the sellers are getting exhausted here. So this one is working nicely here. All right, we are now above that S4. All right, just trailing my stop. Lift here, 1394. Stop loss 13.89. That's risking very less than 0.05 cents. But I can't enter yet just because I am in PLTR. PLTR looking very strong. Mara about to do a double top. All right, PLTR. right, PLTR here, we are now above the S4. Coin is holding that level. What I'm looking at here is Mara, same sector as coin. Once Mara touches R3 right here, get a rejection, and then if I see coin having a rejection as well, if SPY having a rejection, then that's a good thing to the short, some confirmation. So this is the reason why I did not, with lift, just because the daily here still has some room to go down. So PLTR, we formed this hammer right here. So PLTR, not the most exciting stocks to trade, but you know, sometimes those not as exciting can give us a good risk to reward as long as it's moving. It just needed some time, then it still is a good trade. Sometimes this slow movers actually is even better just because you don't get wicked out most of the time. All right, that's a first big pullback right there. What is happening with SPY? Not really. So the next big order sitting right here is 17.52. So this one can retest the support. Once it retests the support, then we're out of this trade. All right, so that's a big pullback in PLTR. Now let's look at coin. Higher time frame, have that pullback. Mara, we were saying that it will be good for a short once we are close to the R3, which we are. R3 right here. It's like you're in a basketball. You cannot enter a trade yet because you're still in PLTR. So unless this PLTR kicks me out, then I am able to enter Mara short. Coin already have that pullback. It's like you're waiting for them to pass the ball. So 1753. Yeah, that's the thing. This one is always getting bought. 1752 is still there. Still getting bought there. Coin having the R3 support. Affirm another rejection. What time is it? Less than 1 hour for the power hour. Wow, look at this SPY. SPY is so strong. .02 from getting stop out here. All right, PLTR, it's a huge, okay, PLTR all out here. Let's see, did all my position get filled? So we were able to ride that. Let's see. All right, all out at PLTR. All right, Mara. Coin already have a pullback. Mara. All right, gonna be shorting Mara here. Just trying to get a better feel. All right, short Mara. Didn't even know Mara is in short selling restriction. Alright, so just have to restart my computer here. Sorry, some technical problem here. So I am short now. Just needed to restart my gas because it froze on me. So that's disappointing. right, so yeah, needed to restart my DAS. It froze on me, and so I'm short Mara here. Yeah, that 14 average cost in Mara for the short is 14.9. And let's see if that threw me off my game here. All right, so Mara short, average cost 14.9. To see if I can add to that short position in Mara. So add it to my short there. So the Mara short is with this R3S3. And let's see if I can add to my position. So apparently Mara is in short selling restriction, so you can only short it at the bid. So waiting for that uptick. All right, so added to that position with the add, average cost is 14.88. Stop loss here is just at 14.99, willing to give it to 15. So like a 10 cents, 88.99, somewhere around 11 cents risk. PLTR stop us out, but yeah, looks like still has the room for this one to go up. What did AMD? Yeah, AMD had a nice move there. Alright, so AMD had a nice run. We are short Mara here, average cost 14.88. We were looking at that Mara short because of what coin is doing. Same sector. Coin, we were saying that, you know, the R3 could be a good short, R3 to S3. But given that coin is a higher price stock, Mara isn't, same sector, we just did short Mara instead of coin. Amazon now, let's see if this is due for a pullback. We have 30 minutes before the power hour. Apple, rejection at the R4. I was trying to have more shares with Mara, but it's not, yeah, filling my shares. I did not want to, let's see, short selling restriction. Tesla eventually had that curl up. Alright, Amazon now looking like due for a reversal here. Small position to the short. Mara. Alright, SPY pushing up again. Let's monitor closely our Mara trade here. Alright, so with Mara, our stop loss is at 15. Amazon looking weak here. I'm just stuck with my Mara trade, but I really wanted to add to my Amazon short. Mara's not doing anything, just wasting my capital. Dang. Alright, I have to abort this Mara trade. Alright, so Mara closed out. Amazon here. A bit late here to the party, but shorting Amazon 84. 146.84. Alright, entered short Amazon here. SPY had a little bit of a pullback as well. Mara was, yeah, did not move at all for Mara. Trying to see if I can add to my position in Amazon. So with Amazon, average cost is 0.4684. Since I only have a small position, I'll have my stop loss at the high of this candlestick, 147. This is the pullback that I was waiting for Amazon. We're testing that support, 146.82. But PLTR stop us out, but still heading higher high. SPY is up by 29.29%, $1.33. Amazon, we're testing that support again, 46.83. Tides had turned in a firm. There was a big order that went through at 216. It's a big order that went through. Very close to getting stuff out here. High of the day is the stop loss. SPY. Look at the volume bar that went in at this candlestick right here. Big rejection at 147. So for this one, average cost is 146.84. This can just wick out all the shorts. Test this high. SPY pushing higher. close to getting stop out. Still having that resistance at that 147. Rejection again at 147. Keeps on having that rejection at 147. It cannot break above 147 here. But SPY having a little bit of a pullback too. Let's see, it's gonna be retesting 147 again. Let's see if this is gonna push up 147 now. Rejection in 147 again. So I'm just looking at the tape here. Every time it touches 147, gets that rejection. 146.98. $147, bunch of prints there. it's not able to break into 147. That can also just be some consolidation. Just not able to break that 147. SPY having a new high. Rejection again at 147. It's not able to break that 147 here. $147 there. Preparing my order to cover if this one goes to 147.03. Bunch of 147 prints. Then rejection. 147, then rejection again. Two minutes before the power hour. Looks like they're gonna push this up once we enter the power hour. Back again to 146.98. Very close to getting stop out. 147.03 is the stop loss. You're trying to push this up at the power hour. Rejection again, 147. Just looking at the tape here. So pretty much this one had just been flat. All right. It's not able to break 147. Apple as well. close to getting step out. 47.02. SPY having a pullback in the 1 minute. We are heading to the power hour in the next 10 seconds. So in the next 4 seconds, this is gonna have a decision. There you go. SPY having a pullback. We are now at 47.05.04. SPY pulling back. Rejection there. Just looking at SPY where it's having a little bit of a pullback. All right, all out of that. What did Lyft end up doing? Yeah, Lyft was just so weak. Just trying to see if there's any other setups that's forming. So I don't see any other setup here. Trying to see if there's any other setup. All right, Disney here, 5 minutes. $80,089. Trying to see if any reversal can form here. Disney never had any pushed up. Thinking of, is it due for a pull, pushed up here? 90.92 is the support here. There is still a bunch of order 90.84. Volume bar looks like it is, sellers are getting exhausted here. Big volume bar here. 90.96, 90.92. Be risking small here. Let's see if this one is done. Pushing down. So now it's testing the support 90.93. Of course, once that support is broken, then thesis to the long is cancelled. We are very close to the support. So that means we haven't found any reversal yet. The good entry here is 90.96 to the long. Still bunch of orders at the bid at 90.88. 90.88. So thinking of doing a long here if it goes above 90.96. With a stop loss of 90.9. So risking 0.06. So using the hotkey that I have, which is that F9, which is the fixed amount of risk. $93, $94. Looking at the tape here, 90.94. $94 now. It's a big order that went through 91. $94 right now, 95. Our end trigger point here is 96. It's always been having that rejection though. 94 and then gets rejected. We have 45 minutes before. Okay, 95 here. Let's see. Entered long here at Disney. Stop loss is low of the day, 90.90. Entered, added to my position at Disney. Average cost at Disney is 90.96. Stop loss is tight, 90.90 here. So yeah, very tight stop loss in Disney. 90.9 is the stop loss. Entry is at 90.96. So thesis here is those who were short all the way up here will eventually cover their position. So this one is just a short-lived trade. Okay, that was a rejection there. So for this one, very tight stop loss. We are entering 90.96 with a stop loss at 90.89, 0.07 risk. Lift looks like it had found the bottom. We have a double bottom at the lift. So first, second, for the 5 minutes. Potential here for the long at 13.95. Stop loss is at 13.88. We do have our stop loss already fixed here. The thing that I don't like about here is we only have less than 45 minutes before the market closes. And if this one is just gonna consolidate, then yeah, not a good thing. Because unlike if we have started a trade earlier, at least you still have some time for it to consolidate. But right now, consolidation is not gonna help us in this trade. Okay, let's see what it'll do at that support. That support right there, 90.92. Okay, very close to getting stop out here. Here's my stop loss right there. That's a support right there, the low of the day. Will it bounce that from that low of the day or not? We'll see. That's a big print right there. All right, so stop out there. Trying to see whether did it just stop me out and now ready to pushed up, but still has a lot of rejection. Okay, hold on, let me just answer this phone call. Hello? All right, so just short right here, average cost is 39.66. So with that, doji looking 39.66 is the average cost for the short, just a small position. Stop loss here is at 39.75. VWAP is 39.6, 39.77, stop loss. SPY having a pullback finally. Look at this Disney. Stop us out and then have that pushed up. So waiting for that support to be broken, 39.58. Waiting for this one to break the support. 39.53. 57, stop lost here. 61. 61. We have 8 minutes left in the market. The 6.53. Do we have orders sitting here at 53? 53. Waiting for this one to break 53. 54. Bunch of 55 here. We have 7 minutes left. Let's see if this is gonna break the support here. 52. 53 now. Trying to break that 53 support. Trailing my stop behind it. So we're now at 53, 52. 52. Waiting for 50s to be broken. 52 here. 51. Next is 50. Come on. Alright, 50s. Waiting for 50 to be broken. 49. Trailing my stop here. 49, 50, bouncing there. 49. 49 here. 51. So I just have my stop behind it. At the bounce up, I'll be out of this trade. 47. There's a moving average there. So, all right, so all out of that. $47. It's the low of that. We have 5 minutes left, so not enough time to trade anything, but we were able to capture 69 to 49, so 20 cents there. Too late for any positions here. Currently I have like 100 shares here. Wow, SPY is still heading higher. Less than 5 minutes before the market closes. Just closing up any open positions here. So Disney, look at Disney, had that pushed up. All right, test mic, mic test, test mic. All right, so test mic, test mic. All right, looks like we're all connected. So good afternoon, everyone. It's December 12th, 2023, 4:05 in the afternoon. Market just closed and we are doing a recap here. So although it is a very good day to trade, SPY did not disappoint. It went all the way up to creating a new high from 460 all the way to 464. Definitely a trend kind of day. Of course, it opened at the inside of yesterday, so initially I thought it was an inside day, but it just rips higher and had never looked back since it touched S4 all the way up and still ripping higher at the post market. So for today, we just came back really late last night, slept 2:30 in the morning, still California time, and I already have less than 6 hours of sleep. So the strategy today is just gonna have a very small share size. So that's what we did, and yeah, with that small share size, we had small red day today, so $76 lost. So let's look at Apple. So with Apple, I tried to do, so with Apple, was short bias on Apple. Let's see here. Apple to the short and to the long. Let's arrange this one so we don't have to, okay. So Apple short. Let's go first to the long. Apple long, I got 324. So was able to ride it all the way up here and then was consolidating here. I was trying to short it a couple of times. So I did have to give back 142 for the short. Again, with a very small share size, was able to manage my risk, but did not get to have that good run just because of small share size. So the good trade here could have been a one and done that I could have just keep it here and ride it all the way up. Not really sure if the SPY is gonna just test the high of yesterday versus gonna rip all the way up, and it did. So I did have to give back some of the profit in the long that I was able to capture in the Apple with those shorts that I keep getting stop out. Next one is Affirm. Affirm is our short bias with Affirm just because of the daily. So with the daily, we have this inside bar open inside that bar. So it opened right there. So thought processes, this one is gonna be a strong resistance there, so shorted there, and yeah, was just having a very small move and small share size. So short here, added to my position, stop out short, and let's see here, added to my position, I got stop out, re-entered right here. So this one is clearer with the lower time frame. All right, so we have this resistance that Affirm has been testing for a while. So I shorted it there, got stop out, short again, and I got a break even there just because I have a tight stop loss. I have first trade as a red trade, so now I just have my second trade as a break even. Sure enough, got stop out there, re-entered the trade here, and was able to capture it here all the way down here, trailing my stop. At the sign of reversal, I was all out. Then before the market closes, like around 3:30, I saw how this resistance 39.77 is acting so strong. I went short, added to my position, trailing my stop, and was able to capture that little bit of a move. So like I think 15-20 cents move there. But with a small position, I only got 129 there. Next one is Amazon. To the long and to the short. Yeah, no, did not get to capitalize on this. So this one, tried a long, tried a short. This one, I was trying a long, but messed up with my entry. And this one was a messed up as well and all out at that pushed up. So with Amazon, to the long was read by 180 and to the short read by 255. So the biggest loser here is Amazon here. Did not really get to capture that move, but look at the trend here. Trend is just never looked back. So the strategy that I was trying to do with Amazon was a little bit of a reversal, just because I was basing my reversal here at previous day candlestick. I thought that high of the previous day candlestick can act as a strong resistance where it will have a rejection, but it just keeps ripping higher. So with that, both the long and the short was a red trade. Next one is Disney. Disney right here got stopped out. Didn't realize I still have a little shares left, but all out. But messy trade here. Was trying to do a reversal. Got my stop loss, like 80% of my stop loss. I added to my position here. Did not realize that I did not update my stop loss. That's why when I saw it here, at least this one worked in my favor, but it's still not a messy trade there. So that one was a loss of 59. Next one is Mara. Mara, I aborted this trade just because I saw Amazon. Kind of have a FOMO with Amazon, just because Amazon looks like it's setting up for a short. So I needed to abort my Mara trade just so I don't get to tie my capital in Mara. But fortunately, Mara, so I went all out here because looking at Amazon, Amazon is doing the move without me. So I need to free up my capital. So all out here. And yeah, I saw Mara. So Mara is just that small red to the short side. Next one is PLTR. PLTR, this one is the walk in the park trade. You get your R3, S3 rejection at the R3, S3. This one was the high probability trade, but did not get to capitalize on it because I did not have a lot of position to begin with. But what happened here is you have your wave. So you can already tell that the tide have turned. So at the sign of reversal, first white candlestick at the bottom. Above that is my entry, stop loss is below. So added to my position, at the pullback, I saw that we developed this hammer. So that means buyers are stepping in and entering this trade. When I saw that, I added to my position, and sure enough, it has that stair climbing. I was trailing my stop just using the low of the previous 15-minute candlestick or the 5-minute. So I got stop out here before it went to the VWAP. So did not get to capture the whole move, but with that small position, just a green of 140. So for today, it is a red of $76. Gonna be a little higher than that because of the commission. So with also Mullen or MULN, just doing a swing here of just a very small position, 306. That's why I have that. I don't recommend doing a swing though. If you're a day trader, stick with the day trading just because you don't want to tie up your capital. But yeah, I'm doing just a very small share size with Mullen, which is 306, and it is a very cheap stock. But with a very cheap stock, you cannot tell yet if it had found a bottom. So would not recommend to swing any stocks. Low risk is still doing day trading. So with that, ending the day red here, small red day. But I hope you guys had a green trading day, and I hope you guys had a better trading day than me. Yeah, plan today was just try to recover from the flight and get the sleeping pattern back to normal. But that's why we only traded very small share size, just to make sure that if we're not able to capture that just because of first not having that enough sleep, then I have to mitigate and make sure that I protect the capital, which is the number one rule in day trading, is protecting your capital. So with that, I hope you guys had a great trading day, and I hope you guys had a better day trading day than me. We are definitely in a bull market. Look at what SPY did. So SPY just ripped higher here. The last time we were in that level was, when was that? January 10, 2022. More than a year ago we were in that level, but look at how strong SPY was. And yeah, so with that, I hope you guys had green trading day and had a better trading day. I will do this again next time. I'll be live trading again this Friday. And yeah, if you guys do have questions, please feel free to email us, and we'll be happy to help you guys with any day trading related questions. With that, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye.